Hello. Hi. Welcome in. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. How is everyone? What is today? Today's Tuesday, right? Today is indeed Tuesday. We're doing more Oni. EP. Hello, Inven. Hello, Devox. Hello, Rusty. Hello. Let's get into it. Today, I want to tame the volcano we have. And just now I was like scouting the map, kind of thinking of what I want to do today. One would be volcanoes. Two would be these guys, the poke shells, because they have these malts and they can be crushed to produce a lime, and lime and iron will go hand in hand to make more steel, which will be perfect. And then I was like looking over here and I'm like, there's some water over here. And then I'm like, whoa, that's a cool steam vent. So maybe we could do something with that as well, so we can produce even more water. Considering we have this, which at the moment we've stopped production of the water. Basically, we have like thousands of water within these tiles. Probably what I should do is still contain the salt water in a similar setup where it's infinitely stored. But you know, maybe for another time. And then yesterday, so what we did yesterday was we sorted out some sort of future-proof / standard steam box, you know, core tap with some of these guys. So these guys are 850 watts times by 4, however, which is like 3400, but we run like an aquatuner, so realistically it's like 2200 wattage, but we can actually make these better, run more power via a power control station. If we have a power control station somewhere in a build somewhere, we can then produce tune-up chips, and I think they produce 50% extra. I think it's 50% extra. So what that becomes 1275, I think, which then would be 5100 minus 1200, which then this setup would be a 3900 watt power setup, which isn't like crazy by any imagination, but it would be enough to run the things that we have currently, like this. Well, we also have a little bit of power. That's actually, this is self-powering anyway, but you know, more than enough to run our metal refinery and exosuit forward and all that sort of shenanigans. So yeah. And then yeah, the poke shells. We've actually got a pip over here too. I mean, a pip would be maybe kind of cool. Oh, well, this is technically a cuddle pip. I don't know what the difference from a regular pip to a cuddle pip, but getting some dirt would be kind of cool. They get dirt from eating thimbleweed, apparently. Thimbleweeds need polluted water, which I mean, we can probably like see the regular pips. I think are kind of better rather than the cuddle ones. 25% thimbleweed for 12.5 kilos of dirt from the cutter ones. But the regular pip ones is 20% for 20. Cuddle pips cuddle your dupes for morale and more importantly cuddle your eggs. Do they? They have a strong snuggling instinct towards all types of eggs. So what do they... What does that do? Does that make it so the eggs have a benefit? Do they incubate faster or something like that? Sounds like they would incubate faster. Okay. Anyway, I was thinking of doing with the poke shell. I had to look at a bit of a build and it's a starvation type build. I mean, they eat polluted dirt. But you can have a vertical ranch setup, which would probably be, I think by 24, like that. It's basically that size. Well, it's probably more like this size because you have a room above it. But the actual farm itself is that size, plus the automation room above it. So it would be 6 floors tall. And I was thinking that I could fit it in here and then just go 6 floors up. And then that way we've got our hatch here. Then I could do poke shells here. I'll move the lavatory and all that sort of stuff over to the right hand side. Maybe actually move them maybe up here. That way when we expand our duplicate bedroom block, the lavatories, and we'll also add showers because that way the duplicates can get a morale bonus when they shower. It'll be kind of like centrally located. I think that would be good. Normally they would be cuddled by a ranching dupe, but now that can be done by a cuddle dupe. Oh right, so it's kind of similar to the incubator where a duplicate can come by and speed it up by cuddling it. Normal pip needs arbor tree for food? It doesn't say that though. You have cuddle here for thimbleweeds and arbor trees, and then you have these ones, thimbleweeds and arbor trees. So they can live off of thimbleweeds as well. I mean, it's 20% a cycle, which you would probably need quite a bit of, quite a few thimbleweeds. Actually, well, if it's a life cycle of 2, and they're consuming 20% cycle. They live off thimble, they receive cuddle only. Can I see a regular pip's chance for eggs? No, right? I would have to select a regular pip. Well, a cuddle pip can get a 25% chance for a regular pip egg, but obviously 75% for the cuddle pip eggs. I mean, I would primarily be using them for dirt, so having the regular pips with arbor trees would be ideal. I mean, do I have any acorns? No. Okay. I do not. But anyway, I digress. Let us move into the iron volcano. Now, There's a few ways that I found that you can do volcano, metal volcano taming. I think people were saying that iron ones, depending on their output, you would probably want 3 steam turbines. So we're gonna need 8, 16, a little bit more copper. So we'll start that up. We're also gonna actually need like a bunch of rails and stuff, so we can for sure use those. Auto sweeper stuff. And we're gonna use the conveyor shut-off method where we have bypassing with bridges and stuff. And it's kind of like a steam turbine cooled metal conveyor rail is how we're going to have it. Oh, we're also probably going to want, because these are very hot and steam turbines share some of their heat with the tile, the insulated tile, we're going to want more ceramic, but we have 10,000 ceramic already, so we should be right. I don't know if I want it 3 or 4 high. If you make it 4 high, you can have more conveyor rails, but alternatively, we are going to have it 3 steam turbines wide. So it would be that wide just for the steam turbines, which is a fair decent amount of tracks we can fit in there. So maybe we just go with it like this, I think. That would be fine. And then we can output over here, and then we'll have a big old rail system that comes all the way up and then across. I actually had a little reading on the kiln as well, and apparently the kiln, its heat, essentially, it doesn't heat itself up, it shares its heat with its surroundings. So if you're going to have a hot power brick setup, you technically don't want the kiln in there because it doesn't heat things up, and it actually kind of like it would start deleting heat, apparently. At the moment we have a cool brick, a cool power brick at the moment, but it's not like we have any power producers in here anyway, because we don't have petroleum set up at the moment. But yeah, solving lime and technically solving some of our iron will be the aim straight away. That was how we will begin. So I'm going to go with just 3 high room for this. So the floor tile will be ceramic because that is in contact with the steam turbine. And then the rest of the tiles can be igneous, and that would be perfectly fine. So that'll be our room like that. And we kind of do want a double setup again with liquid locks if we ever do need to get in there. But I guess we don't really need to do that because we can just seal this off once we've made it, and that'll be fine. So I'm just going to cancel that as well, and we're just going to dig. Just going to dig everything out, and we'll play it. Technically, get rid of that. Abyssalite. We don't need the insulated tiles to cover it, like where the abyssalite is, because it doesn't share any of its heat. I should probably get rid of that so they can get in and out if they start building this floor. You can mine that too. And let's see. Now inside the room, I mean, when this goes off, I don't want the chance of it like flash heating and cooking up an auto sweeper, so we're going to make the auto sweeper out of steel. We could probably get away with a copper one, and it needs to be what, 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles from this. So I think depending on the output, sometimes the volcano, it drops its material in the center, but sometimes it can drop its material if it overflows and then flash like cools down. It sometimes can drop its material on the left side. So if you are having a right hand side build of a volcano, you do want to have your auto sweeper be able to at least hit this tile as well, that I've noticed. So if we have it 4 tiles across, 1, 2, 3, 4, so we will need this to be here to reach, which is funny because it's kind of like in the way of these ladders. So it's gonna go there. We can actually get rid of that one and that one, keep that one there. And then we will need a conveyor loader. And then a bunch of railing. Now I'm pretty sure the railing can be whatever material, doesn't really matter. We'll use gold railing because we have a decent amount of gold. So I'm gonna have the shut off be here, I think. So that will fit like so. Will we move it? I have to think. So we have the conveyor shut off here. And then our output can come down and our output can come up and then across and out into the ceiling. So if we had that there, and then this is going to be our output, and then that'll go up. Which then this here technically goes like so. And we would have a bridge set up. I guess it'd be like that. Disconnect that. Could make the shut off inside, that way we can just have it go off. Yeah, okay, let's do that. So the conveyor shut off I will have here instead. Disconnect to that. And this will go like so. And it'll go like that. And we will need a temperature conveyor rail thermo sensor here. So that shut off, I think, might need to be made out of steel just in case, but I don't think they need to be made out of steel. But just in case, because we are going to fill this room up like with a lot of water. Oh, right. I need to deconstruct that so I can get in here and clean everything up. Now our temperature for our steam turbines, we're not going to have it like we have down here where we've got active cooling. We don't need it like that. Also, this is going... Yeah, this is, could be a little hotter actually, because these aren't at max capacity. 200 degree steam is where you want it at. So we could do to 200, and then that should hopefully even the steam out to be a little hotter. Maybe 198. Let's do one of those power things that I was going to do earlier. So a power plant, power plant can be tuned up using microchips. So it does need to be into a maximum size thing. So I do need to technically make this a room. And then, you know what, use lead, because we have dropped tons of lead, right? I think we have like 38 tons of lead. Nearly 60 tons of lead. And we will disable tuning up these generators, because these generators don't really run that much. So I think we might need, there we go, disallow tinkering, and copy those settings, We'll go down to here. So So those ones as well can't be tinkered. Disallow tinkering. Cool. And then these ones as well. I think it's just if it's a power plant room, right? So I think we just need to make it a room, essentially. If it's a power plant room, then it enables the microchips, but you only need one power control station to produce the microchips, is how it works. So here, we just need over here to make this become a room. So like, that's like 60, that's like a little bit more. We do a little bit more, like half that anyway, or a quarter of that size. So like, that's like, be generous and give it 15 tiles plus 60, so that's within the 120. So here, we get rid of that and we can put a door here. I think I just want to hook these ones up to the network. I think. And that'll be fine. And this will just connect to this one we have here. And that'll be fine. That's a decent amount of carbon dioxide. So this should be... Oh no, we're at 155. Oh yeah, I need to place a door down here. That way it's closed up, otherwise this is also here counting as a part of the power room, but we don't want that. And I can even put it there. Here we go, now we can allow tinkering on these ones and they'll make some microchips and come deliver them, which we do want to put these on relatively high settings so that way we can produce more power straight away. And then so they go from 850 to 1275 watts for only 50 kilograms of lead and we have 60 tons of lead. Some people are starving again because they're super slow at getting back. Oh, a shove-a-vole. These guys eat regolith, I believe. I think. So, shove-vole. Yeah, regolith. So we would need to set up a... If we wanted to do a a shove-vole farm, we would need to get up into space and have some regolith, like a mining, auto mining kind of thing set up. But that would be quite a bit. What, actually, let's have a look at our star map. Copper meteor shower, ice meteor shower, and slimy meteor showers. And how much is on, what's on the other one? The other one has gold and iron meteors. It has an aluminum and a cobalt volcano. A gold one as well. What do we have here? We have an iron one and 6 unknowns. Metal rich. Okay. Something to think about. Oh, I also had a thought as well. So if we go the route of actually feeding the poke shells, because I think you need to... Actually, no, I don't think you need to feed them. Because I think so long as you have a duplicate grooming them in their adult form, they survive, I believe, for 7. I had a read of like a bit of a thing and like information on the poke shells. They survive for 9 cycles in their starvation state. And poke shells will always drop, or they'll drop an egg within 7 cycles, so long as you have a duplicate grooming them. So we should be right. Also, I suppose this door does probably need to be made out of steel. Hello, neutral. Welcome in. But now we're actually producing way more power, which is fantastic. There we go. This shouldn't break because that's only like 100 degrees here. Well, the petroleum is warming up, 170 here. So shouldn't overheat. Storage unavailable for the bleach stone. Okay, we've actually gotten rid of nearly all our water, and all of our polluted water is now going into the infinite storage, which we have. Actually, this one has... Okay, that's why. Let's do that. Get rid of those pipes. Get rid of those. Get rid of that. And that. Keep that into play. Yeah, it's just this reservoir has 5,000 polluted water in it that we gotta put into here. We do have a lot of polluted water, so we can get quite a bit of polluted dirt from a water sieve acting. So produces 200 polluted dirt a second, grams of it. How am I doing today? I had a bit of a headache, but I'm now on my midweek weekend, so I have a couple days off, so I will survive, as they say. I feel like because we have power now, we should probably just turn this over into like an actively cooled metal refinery. That way we can just speed up our production of metals. No, I'm not getting sick. I just had a bit of a headache. That was it. Well, at least I hope I'm not getting sick. I don't really fancy getting sick, but yeah. Alright, I need to get rid of the bleach stone. I need a storage location. You know what? Here we can go bleach. There we go. You can store bleach stone down here. Automation there. This will be below 127. This is going to be iron. Well, technically we can just set it to all. So we should have it set to, if it's below 127 degrees, it will go and move up. This needs an exit point. So for now, we can probably have the exit chute to be here. And then that way iron would just appear here. Oh, Mew, hello. Mew wants to be in the game. Okay, let me see. Who is an unnamed duplicant? Lindsay is now going to be Mew. Don't move, the buncho could fall. Oh. Ah. Oh, that is. It can be here. Is that a water spawner? Which one? This is an iron volcano. This setup is for iron. This one here is an oil reservoir. So the oil reservoir you'll put on a you put on an oil well on top of these. I have a saltwater geyser here that produces salt water, which you can put into a desalinator to get water out of it. Or we have a cool steam vent over here that I've seen just now, like kind of right before I started stream. I saw that produces steam, which steam is water, just superheated water. Yeah. So this, we just need to shove in the piping for this. So go with some plumbing. And I don't know how much cooling we're gonna need if I have these as just using their own cooling to cool themselves. Although, maybe I do need an AT setup, but not too sure. Kind of depends. I don't think I need an aqua tuner. I'm gonna try this without an aqua tuner. I do, however, need them to make some more copper. That would be lovely. I think they've been producing steel. Aqua tuner. An aqua tuner, as you say, is this. A thermo aqua tuner. Basically, you input liquid through a pipe, like so, and the aqua tuner uses power, and it essentially lowers the temperature in the pipe by -14, and it produces a bunch of heat around its area. So you make these little cooling boxes with a steam turbine on top, because the steam turbine has a funny feature where it deletes heat while producing some power. And kind of you just like, this thing heats up the air, heats up steam, or heats up water that we have in this little box, which then allows the steam turbine to run, which has just a recycling factor here. So the steam turbine runs, it keeps this area cool, so this machine doesn't overheat, and then this machine heats up the water here to keep the steam turbine running. You can make this much more compact and efficient and better as well. For example, this one here, you can do something similar where I could have an aqua tuner here, or even on the right side, and just have it in this little 10 tile space. It doesn't need to be like this size. This one here is just a steam turbine cooled metal refinery. So I've got a liquid in here that can become very hot and that won't like boil off. Petroleum can get to like 400 degrees or something like that. I've got like a liquid shut off here with a thermosensor. So it means that it'll only allow liquid into the machine when it's below a certain temperature. Otherwise, it runs around in a looped circle, and then it enters this chamber where it'll heat water up in here and run the steam turbine, and the steam turbine will cool the steam within that room. Back when you played this game, you did convert the urine into water, but it somehow did gather a bunch of bacteria. You have to heat it to kill bacteria. You can heat it. That's one way to kill the germy water. So here we've got a bajillion polluted water with food poisoning inside it. Now, if you actually look at the properties of food poisoning, you can kill it by gas or disinfect it Via either like solid stuff, bleach stone, or chlorine. Or you can pickle. So pickled means like some of the foods and stuff you can pickle, which will kill it. The food poisoning on the food. So your best bet here would be chlorine. So I could pump a bunch of chlorine gas in the airflow tiles and it'll kill the germs in this area. There's a bunch of builds and stuff you can do with reservoirs. Where are they? The liquid reservoirs. You'd basically build like a bunch of reservoirs and then box it off so you can then pump chlorine gas. So chlorine gas you can obviously find in certain biomes or even from vents. So what you would do is you would kind of make up a system with like a germ sensor that you can research. You'd get a liquid pipe germ sensor, and you would have it so that if there's 0 germs, then you can have the water come out of your quote clean room, essentially is what you would produce. And then obviously then you can take it into your water sieve and you'll get out clean water rather than germy water. Because like if I went ahead and pumped this polluted water in through my sieve and then dumped that water into this area, then all my water would have food poisoning in it. So that's kind of how that would work. How do you deal with polluted oxygen in the closed off area? The polluted water won't off-gas polluted oxygen if you have enough of a enough atmosphere. So if you have a high pressure, I think it's like 2,000 grams, so 2 kilograms. The polluted water won't off-gas into polluted oxygen. So essentially what you would do is you would build the system, close it all off, make sure it's a vacuum, and then pump in a bunch of chlorine to 2,000 grams a tile or even more via a high pressure vent, which you can also research. High pressure gas vent, these can go up to 20 kilograms a tile. And that way it won't off gas. So there's only, alternatively, like there is that way where if you had like an open field, right? Kind of like here, with like airflow tiles. But if you had them in a liquid reservoir, then that would be fine. They wouldn't obviously off gas because they're in pipes and stuff. And also we have like a bunch of polluted water here that I need to like suck up without destroying my liquid locks here. And welcome in, Akame. I hope you're doing well. Oh yeah, I did see you playing Soma the other day. Spooky, very atmospheric game. I'm not gonna worry about the shove voles just yet. Those stressy sometimes? Oh really? Before I accept more duplicants, I do need to expand our atmosphere dock, which I can expand it up to here. And add some more stuff, and then I can have like them run around that way to get around this If you weren't here when I made this system, it was a few streams ago. This is a cooling section, very similar to what I had previously over here. But the sole purpose of this is to... Right now I'm running ethanol through it, and ethanol is very good if you need to cool things. So you can get ethanol if you've got spigot seals. They excrete ethanol if they eat sucrose. But ethanol can go, their freezing point is negative 114 C, so it's a very good liquid for cold environments. And if you have a look at the temperature, you've got obviously the hot area. Steam turbines, like, quote, can get hot, but it won't be so much as to the point where it will not be hot enough, because this system rarely runs, basically. It's just designed to keep this tile below negative 18. So I have a thermosensor that runs it to make sure that the pipe, the liquid is below 18 C. And then any food here that then becomes deep frozen, you can see that this barbecue is, well, at the moment it's refrigerated, but it'll get cold enough to where it is below 18 degrees and it becomes deep frozen. And that means that it doesn't spoil and rot. As you can see, our food up here is 2.1 million calories. And as you can see, a duplicate consumes a minimum of 1,000 calories each cycle. So we got a bunch of cycles of food. And also, someone's got some slime lung. So let's try to cure that by queuing up some of these. We'll just make a bunch of those. They're kind of expensive in terms of phosphorite and the flowers. Boiling water in pipes breaks them, right? So you can't boil it in pipes, which goes off germs and turns the water into steam. Yeah, exactly. If you're... Well, there is a funny kind of, quote, exploity mechanic where you can bring liquids above their evaporation point. I need to, wait, did I delete? I might need to get rid of some of the coolant in the pipe because it's not running around efficiently. Oh, it's probably because of this. That should be 200 because that is a steel aqua tuna. So that's fine. If the pipe has only 10% of its total volume, so a pipe, each segment of pipe can hold at max 10 kilograms of liquid. If you have a pipe we're only accepting 10% of its input, so 1,000 grams, 1 kilogram, that temperature of the liquid can actually go above its boiling point and it won't evaporate and break the pipe. What I mean by that is, like for example, we have petroleum here at 120 C. If this, for instance, was water, but the contents of the water was only in packets of 1 kilogram, it wouldn't evaporate into steam inside the liquid pipe. There's some cool mechanical builds you can do with that via having the steam turbine. When it runs, it outputs its water in 2 kilogram packets. What you can do is to sort of transfer some more of the heat that is in those water packets when the steam turbine runs. So like over here, for example, as you can see, there's well, it's up to 2 kilograms. So this is only 1600, 1680. It depends, I believe, on the temperature of it is how much it outputs. So wait, if I go down here, maybe. Yeah, here you go. It depends on the temperature. So if these were running full bull, which I don't need the power because my battery is full, but if they were running at their max temperature, which is steam coming in at 200 C, these output 2 kilograms of water each time they run. That packet of water you can split off into a liquid valve, and liquid valves only permit a value you set of liquid. You set that to 1000 grams of water, and then you can run those 2 pipes through like a hot area to like extract some more heat into that water, and then obviously put that water back into your steam box section. It's a little like confusing if you don't know like the mechanic. It's a little confusing to like understand it, like without me actually going to like in-depth detail on actually like creating it, if that makes sense. I also need to store salt water, so what I might do is I might just turn this on to salt water. That way they can get rid of all of that stuff. And I do need to make this vent with some radiant pipes. There we go, that should be fine. Actually, it might need more cooling by its own self if I do this without an active running AT. So I'm gonna have to do it like this, so it gets maximum cooling from its own output, and then we run it down into here. We need more of this. I kind of hope I have a copper volcano, because I mean, like having a copper volcano would be really nice. That way I can just get refined copper straight away. Let's get rid of that water. I'm gonna steal all those tips. Well, it's not stealing those tips. Technically, if you want to call it stealing, I've stolen those tips from other players by watching their videos and reading their guides. Now, feel free to use all of the builds and stuff that people like make and stuff like that and share. They share them for a reason, right? So people can use them in their own builds and stuff. what I might do here is actually make this a vacuum, I think. So if I do that, I have water there. Right. I need to put in a gas pump here. We'll run this. That comes along there. Is the lava heat infinite, by the way? No, technically over time, this is drawing heat out of the nearby magma, this window tile. If the door is open, it doesn't transfer heat into this tile. If it's closed, it'll transfer the heat across into this tile. I've got it set up with a thermo sensor so that it tries to keep the room within 200, well, technically above 198. If it's below, the sensor is below 198, then it'll close the door so heat can transfer. And then obviously this is a steam room with turbines to keep these running. But over time, it will take a lot of time, but over time it's drawing heat out of this, and it will, over many cycles, cool all of the magma down. Now I want this to be like this. So boop, boop, boop. That. But I need room to fit the gas. Actually, I can probably just get rid of. I can deconstruct this for now, actually. Let's deconstruct that again. That'll go there, and then that will go there. That way we can have a liquid lock here. Bottle and emptier. Get rid of that one there.
Good day.
Your poor points, Sag. What do you mean your poor points? What's wrong with your points? And hello, Jebby. We use crude oil here, enable auto bottling. What I could do is I could take this. They're gone because of yesterday. Oh. Restraint. Perhaps a lesson in restraint. Until this gets to 1,000. Okay, there we go. It poured onto here, so now we can disconnect that. Oh, I could have actually just grabbed that there. Deconstruct that. Alright. Let's kill that thing. Do that. And deconstruct that. Okay, and then now here we can start putting in water. So well, we do need to make radiant pipes running along like that as well for when the steam turbine comes back in. But now we can have a little pipe comes off this here. Get rid of that. Make a bottle drainer. How am I doing? I am doing good. Yeah, love that midweek weekend. Yippee. Here's a good example. So these guys have polluted water, like they just sucked up some polluted water, but it's not emitting because there's more than it's overpressured. So because we have like, you know, 10 kilograms of hydrogen in the pipe. Which now we can also deconstruct because that is more than enough hydrogen in the pipes. Oh, I don't have storage for crude oil. Okay. Crude oil. This needs to be set to water. Because I don't think I really have easy access to regular water. Well, actually, I kind of do. Up here. There we go. Disable that. We're gonna slowly but surely get all of the carbon dioxide out of this section. Technically, we probably also then want to also put in hydrogen gas into here. Canister drainer. Yeah, this is what? Saved by automation, so let's go below 90. Turn that off. So where would this water normally run up to? There. We can have that water run along there. Okay. Now I think we're kinda ready. Wait. Nah, not yet. Just waiting for all of the carbon dioxide to exit. Once it becomes a vacuum, then we can seal this section, we can open the bottom, we'll build the other steam turbine. This here we want hydrogen gas. I don't think I have a bottle filler. I mean, I have a bottle filler here with a bit of hydrogen, but it's not too much. Actually, it only stores that, so I should put that up to 200 kilograms of max storage. What I might do, this one here, and we will gas bridge that and that. That'll be good.
G'day!
Welcome in, Deafman. Hope you're doing well. I think everyone has suit. Wait, no, not everyone does have suit training because we have 15 duplicants. And we've only got 13 duplicants trained in exosuit training. You were missing it. You're not now. And okay, there we go. Cool. Some more building. You can do some more critter ranching. Check your priorities. Fun gun ranching, cool. Blueprint. Rose bush seed, sure. I'm doing well, yeah. Thank you for asking. Okay. So we've got 380. So I think, how many tiles we have? We have 45 tiles here. We have 15 tiles on the bottom. So if I want to be at most 140 kilograms of steam a tile, then that's 45, well it's 15, so let's see, 45 total tiles times 140, 6,300 amount of liquid, which is 15 tiles, so 420 water in each tile down at the bottom here. We're sitting at about 400, so I think that's a good point to stop that. We can make... destroy that and destroy that, because I just realized that we put in a whole bunch more carbon dioxide. This is idle, it's not active at the moment, and we do need to analyze it actually, so we need to actually do this. Alright, now we're putting hydrogen gas in there. Don't put hydrogen gas in there, get rid of all of the carbon dioxide. Maybe I should put the gas vents here instead. And now we can actually put hydrogen back in here because hydrogen floats. Means it makes it easier to get rid of all of the carbon. Oh, it's active. Did this literally just activate? Okay, we haven't completed the... That's kind of bad if it just activated. I think we have enough water here. That's kind of not good. Tell you what, we can get rid of that. Get rid of that. With that. Stop sucking out steam, that's kind of bad. just come get them to get rid of all of that, and then I can close it up. Oh, but then, they also need to finish. Yeah, those are nearly got it done. They need to finish researching it. Hello, Mitten Born. Welcome in. Okay. So this has an average output over its entire lifetime, including the dormant period of 325.6 grams a second of pure iron, refined iron. That's pretty good. Has an active period of 88 cycles every 145. Slow days at work. My day at work kind of went relatively quick, I'd say. Wasn't too bad. Did I see cold damage? I get rid of those pipes as well. Maybe they can't get rid of those pipes because I deleted those. For a moment, that guy working in the water was drowning. Nah, whenever they exit my base, they're always going to be wearing an atmo suit, regardless. So they're fine. They have an atmo suit, which means they can kind of go anywhere. Hello, Lash. Just waiting to go back home. Holy moly, what a day. Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm now on my 2-day weekend. In the middle of the week, of course, because that's how I roll, you know? Okay, get rid of those. I think temp shift plates would be ideal down here. Like so. Get them to get those done. I mean, technically this is working fine. We're outputting refined metal, I think at 80 something degrees at the moment. So not too bad. You could even have this be probably a little bit lower, but it's kind of fine for now, I'd say. Cool, so these temp shift plates will even out the heat from over here. It'll spread it over to here a little bit more evenly. So we won't have such high pressure on this side. Now I do need to be careful that the steam turbine, this one here is at 100C, which means that the turbine becomes too hot. So that is one thing I do need to sort of take check of, but that's probably because up here, obviously hot steam vented up into the top section, which normally won't happen because once we've done everything at the bottom, which I think we have now, we can actually go ahead. We can get rid of those. And then we can build that ceramic tile. And we'll start pumping in more hydrogen gas. Cool. So build that steam turbine. That way we have the 3 running. So now the system should be up and running and fully automated. I think the generators will probably get too hot again, just because steam got up in here because it was active while we were still inside it researching and stuff like that. But yeah, see, here we go. So this metal that's running around, the iron running around on this conveyor track, if it reaches this sensor and it is below 127, this shutoff will allow it to come to this top rail, which then it'll output here where our duplicants can access it. If it is above the 127 marker, it's going to come down on this bottom and it's going to run along in back through the top part, so it's a loop essentially. So as you can see, if it's too hot, it runs around and cycles in a loop. There you go, it cooled down enough and now it's going to the top. And that is our iron volcano tamer complete. Very, very cool. Awesome. So now I'm just pumping in more hydrogen gas into this top part, because the hydrogen gas helps keep everything a little bit cooler. I'm going to get rid of this water. And we've got how much? Like 3,000 grams of hydrogen gas in each tile. That's probably good enough, I would say. Let's get rid of all of that. Once they get rid of all this bottled water, we'll get them to move it out and move out all that. Hello, Tool Bob. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? You also playing Oxygen Not Included? You were indeed. What did you get up to in Oxygen Not Included? Do you have a long game going? Did you start early? Have you just started? Or are you a veteran? Gave us some good early tutorials. Oh, you learned some good info. Ooh, so it sounds like you're a bit of a veteran. The game, not very far. Explaining everything as you go. Veteran, I'm a dumbass. Sounds like you're making a few mistakes as well, maybe. Oh, we have liquid storage unavailable. No, we have it. We do have it available. Over here. Yeah, water. Okay. You see an Australian man trying to survive against the harsh conditions of his home continent. It's not that. It's not bad. What do you mean? You're learning? True. I just completed my Iron Volcano Tamer. For some of the new guys, you're probably thinking, what the hell? What is all this shenanigans? Essentially, when this iron volcano erupts, it erupts very hot molten iron. In this room is, at the moment, because it's very hot, steam. If the steam cools down, it's water. We've got an auto sweeper, which is some automative things that you can research later. It picks up the molten iron, which because the molten iron is at 250, 100, 2500 C when it comes out, but it'll cool relatively quick and become pure iron, pure refined iron, which the sweeper will pick up. Here you go, it's about to erupt. I'll actually slow it down a smidge so you can see. Puts it into the conveyor loader, and the conveyor loader will spit it out onto this track. This track will loop it. If it is above a certain point, it comes back around into the loop and starts going again, as you can see. But as it cools down, the way it cools down is the steam turbines have a funny mechanic where they kind of delete heat in the game. Just kind of like, it's how they function, essentially. It's their main feature mechanic of deleting heat and generating power in doing so. But if the temperature of the iron on these conveyors is below what we have set, which is 127 C, it'll go to the top rail and then output over here. So we can speed it up a little bit, and I'll show you that eventually it will loop onto the top rail. Eventually. It might take a little while, but it will work. The temperatures have gone from like 300 C right down to about 130, 40. You're learning the geothermal heat pump use now? You're at 1800 hours.
Vacuum pack out. No, shh, we don't talk about it.
Hello, Snakey.
No, shh.
Good day.
Okay, hours, but never knew what oxalite not being halved when digging. Yeah, so the way digging
Tag.
resources
Tag
works
senpai.
is your duplicates only get half the amount when they dig. Brother perished and have a 60 plus hours. You have a 60 plus hours a week job for the past 10 years. Sheesh. Think of the extra Oni time you could get. Right, we're gonna seal this up. I've added in hydrogen in the top steam turbine because it helps keep the steam turbines a little bit cooler when our coolant runs through it. Which these steam turbines they are only cooled via their own output. The way it kind of works is the turbines will run at 125 degrees C minimum, as you can see. If the temperature of the steam in their input pipes, which is like the bottom part of the steam turbine, if it's below 125 C, the steam temperature, they won't run. But the way it kind of deletes heat is it takes 125 or above steam, and it outputs, when it runs, it outputs the water at 95 C. So it's deleting heat there. And so it'll run through it. 3 steam turbines, I guess, or worked out or experienced. So it's recommended, supposedly, I think you can get away with 2 if you have enough volume of water. But it's recommended that iron volcanoes are 3 steam turbines. If you have a copper or like anything else, you can run it at 2. And gold volcanoes are the coldest volcanoes. You can run them at 1 steam turbine. But iron volcanoes are the hottest volcanoes, so you can run them at 2 to 3, they recommend, depending on output. I figured it. I can't really be bothered figuring out its output sort of stats. I think there's a calculator somewhere online that can give you like how much cooling you need, but I figured I'd just go with 3. So going back, so this is a these steam turbines are passively cooled via their own output, but if we have a look at these ones down here, these are actively cooled steam turbines from an aquatuner that we'd have down here. Essentially, it runs coolant through into the aquatuner, which cools the output of it, and then it runs up and cools them down. So. And I don't have too much powered uses at the moment. Like, our battery stays pretty full for the most part. So this power here will last me quite a while because they're all NG tuned up with microchips. So it's, I think, if we exclude the aquatuner, because the aquatuner will run when these are running, it's basically 3 steam turbines of power, essentially. It's not too bad. I enjoy it. I've got a bunch of water here, so at the moment I've got my desalinator turned off and not really doing anything. I haven't bothered with anything with natural gas just yet. I have two captured geysers, and then I have a couple spoms. So, and then I've got some stone hatch automation set up here. I've got a freezer over here for all of our foods. As you can see, I got 2 million calories available, or over 2 million calories available. I do want to work on extra food sources because at the moment it's mealwood combination with barbecue from our hatches. And then over here I have just a little bit of machinery and stuff like that. Not too much though. But my next project, since I've now got refined iron coming in, which is pretty nice, is I do need to bring up the metal. So we're going to do probably a nice big long track and then bring it up over to here, I reckon. Sometimes you'd be happy to have some explanation with food conservation and distribution near the mess tables. So I was gonna sort of do some stuff where I could have a refrigerator set up like here so they don't need to travel up and down. But I feel like I've got it close enough where it's not too bad of a travel time. But if you want to figure out my coolant, I've just got ethanol running through a simple, aquatuned steam turbine. But yeah, I know I could have a sweeper sort of somewhere around here where it could pick up this tile and then deposit into a refrigerator down at the bottom with maybe set to like 10 kilograms or something like that of food at a time. And it would like reduce a small amount of duplicate travel time. But I figure that's not that bad of a travel time to like worry about. Obviously it's like min-max sort of stuff, so like maybe when I've got nothing else to really bother about or work on, I can go ahead and do that. Oh, and then this is my automated Dreco system as well. So down at the bottom, which actually the glossy one should probably be relocated over there because I only want regular Drecos to be... okay. I will need to set up my liquid lock again because that did break. Bottle emptier. I need to get rid of that. The only bad thing with liquid locks is, open liquid locks is they have that tendency to break if you have any leaks and stuff like that from somewhere. Yeah, so plastic is exclusive for Drecos, and I'm at 5 tons. I think I had around about 6 to 7 tons before I built all my plastic tubing. I don't have it crazy at the moment. We've got one up here, and we've got one down here. So that's like the major duplicate movement at the moment in terms of travel. I could probably pop one sort of like, you know, around where our hatches and stuff are. But at some point, I do intend to close up some of the more like open locations. So hatches and stuff like that will be within the main block. So they don't need to actually wear a suit if they're gonna go messing around with hatch ranching and things like that. So a transit tube access wouldn't necessarily be like needed as such. This needs to be crude oil, sweep only. And I think I have, now we have petroleum here, but that's actually good that we have petroleum here. There's actually a really low amount of liquid there. No, more petroleum there. I don't think I have any crude oil in a bottle anywhere actually. Doesn't look like it. Tell you what, we got 370 grams here, so that's perfect. Oh, well, now we have 1,000. That's okay. We'll just sweep that up and mop any excess. There we go. And then set this to petroleum. Sweep that one. So the way Drecos work and with these like liquid locks and stuff is, if I do check like what we have crude oil on the bottom and then we have petroleum on the top. It might not look like it because it's on a flat surface and there's a pneumatic door behind it, but it's basically, it looks like this in these pneumatic door locations. And the way liquids and stuff work is Drecos can't climb. They can't climb them. So they're stuck in this small location eating millwood that I've set to not harvest. So my duplicates won't harvest the millwood behind them. So the Drecos will just actively eat the millwood behind it. I could mop up the excess, but I don't want to chance them to like accidentally destroying the lock. I'm not too fussy with that. I do need to set up some outputs here, so I might do that now actually. So we can set up an auto sweeper in here so we can start outputting the materials. So that one has access to all of that. I think we place this one here. This one is glossy Drecos. If we set this one to all, then whatever's in here will come out over to here. And then over here with this sweeper, you can hit this one, you can hit this one. basically anywhere. I can set up another incubator here if I want to. Normally here you can have a suit dock location if you wanted to do something similar, but I don't need that suit dock section because they always equip a suit whenever they come out. Then you mop the tile you set, and that's 2 neighbors. So you reckon if I mop that one, it shouldn't break the lock, you reckon? But if I were to mop this one, it would break it. Well, we can give it a go. It's not too bad to set up a liquid lock. It's relatively okay. So here for our automation, we will set up, we'll connect this with power. One bag thing with longer games and larger planetoids and stuff is the loading between cycles and all that sort of stuff. Oh yeah, there you go. He did clean it up a little bit. Very good. So I will make one of these. And I think I'll place it here. I think in terms of resources, I don't have anything that goes exclusively, like, specifically anywhere. Like, I can put reed fiber over to here for the atmosuits. So I guess I can go with 2 of these and make sure we power them. So all but reed fiber will turn off. And then this one can be reed fiber. So this is all, so we'll have this one, we'll go over to here to drop the resource. This one is our reed fiber. We can join it up into here. I'm going to disconnect that one so we can start getting our refined metal straight up next to our refinery. So this one, it's a little bit messy with all the extra pipes. That carries our dirt down. I can probably shift the dirt over a little bit. Have it come under and down. This is our food over here. This one sends any metals and stuff over to our refinery section. I can probably just have it come over into that section, I reckon. Right. So the one problem with this game is it can get relatively messy with spaghetti wires going everywhere. Nah, you know what? I will suffer with it being a little messy like this. Legendary Spaghetti's Factorio style. Yeah, I mean, especially when you've got oxygen going into atmo suits and stuff like that. I would say it's not that spaghetti. You know, we've got some lines, we've got some buses. You know, it's not too bad. And I would say that our plumbing isn't that bad. You know, we have a central cooling loop that kind of goes everywhere. But it's mainly in straight lines. It's not too bad. Down here, actually, if you've never seen this sort of setup, it's a quote exploity kind of thing where it infinitely stores a liquid. So, similar to how we have here. If you can look at the tile, it bounces around a bit, but we've got like anywhere from 9 to 12k water. Well, look at that, like it jumped up to 22. So it's weird how it like moves around a little bit. The reason how you can keep pumping water is you have a vent and you have crude oil, or anything that's, I guess, heavier than the liquid you're pumping in. And it just doesn't overpressurize the vent. It is kind of how that works. I guess my next project was to do a poke shell. Ranch setup, but I want to have that here on this floor because it's going to be about this tall. Isn't it cheating storing water like that? It's like exploity, but it saves resources. Like if you have huge pools, it can get a little intensive on the CPU and stuff like that. So I'd like to give my computer a little bit of a rest every now and then. Save time and space. Yeah. I mean, we have plenty of space technically, but yeah. So I'm going to have to do lavatory, and I'm going to do showers as well over here. So I think I might start setting that up. I still haven't gotten rid of some of these like gases. I mean, well, that's chlorine and stuff like that. What I could do is we can set up airflow tiles just so anything heavier doesn't get stuck.
Don't do that, you fucker.
No, I think I will do these airflow tiles. And you can't stop me. So instead of actually having these here, what size is this? 80 tiles? Room size. Where are we at? The washroom is 64 tiles. So 64 would be this size. Okay. Actually, sure it saves on computers. Once a big tank is set, it doesn't change too much. You would just demonstrate all the good storage is kind of moving. Trying to level out the normal pressure. Yeah, maybe. Not too sure. Yeah, space is like the biggest thing. To be honest, I haven't seen a need for 4 sinks and 4 laboratories ever. But I'm gonna do it regardless. Okay. And then we're gonna want some plumbing. So I can go 2 ways. I reckon our dirty will have going up and down. And then our fresh will be on the inside. Like so. Basically put 3 sinks, 1 shower, and 3 lavatories. Welcome back, Ribbon. Yeah, so a part of the room setup,
G'day.
the washrooms doesn't need a shower. So I'm gonna have its own floor for a shower. So if they need a shower, they can take a shower on the shower floor, if that makes sense. Land another layout, 222. That also helps too. But yeah, because of the fact that the shower isn't a part of the room setup, I figured you can fit more lavatories / sinks in a room. And then you can just have another, like you can have your showers anywhere. Because the shower isn't a part of the setup. Okay, so this is our good water up here. Which that should actually work out well. I will make this out of insulated. Because I think there is a chance that over time it could heat up. You always have as many sinks as toilets. You always have as many toilets and showers as you have dupes on the shift. Yeah, I mean my shifts at the moment, I have 2 shift setups. Which I think I can, now that I've been actually accepting more duplicants. What do we have? We have 4, 8. So we can move some of the guys across to try to even it out a bit. Bathrooms is water positive. Water positive or neutral? No? Sink. 5 and 5. Laboratory. Oh. 5 per use. 11.7 out. Infinite water glitch. Oh, that's kind of interesting. What the hell? Water input is lower than polluted water output. Yeah, we can get rid of this. That was our old section where we were putting a lot of water. And this is dirty water. So we can also get rid of these sieves because that was there converting water over. Dirty water is going to come into here. So that's our fresh water. We will bridge across. Is P, so plus polluted water. You start out with 2 dupes a shift until you have 12 shifts. Holy. I suppose that means that you don't need to build so many laboratories and stuff like that until we get like a lot more resources and stuff, and then you want more duplicates on the shift and stuff, right? And then this is on that side, so over to there. Get rid of this one. And do that across like that. We can get rid of this too. Oh, they did concentrate on other things. How many duplicates do you like normally go in like a build on a level? Or do you just keep going in so long as you have the space and the calories available with whatever you're producing? 24 dupes, can't handle that much. Yeah, the extra dupes do get pretty heavy on the computer as well. I've done 10, I've done 50, everything between. Yeah, I'm usually slow with getting more and more dupes. Like, I'll be happy and content just to sit on like 7 or something for the longest time. What are we thinking? What looks like a nice bathroom background? Some tile looking things. What do these look like? Oh yeah, they look kind of nice. Ice panel. I need to run. Hope the rest of your stream goes well. Thanks, Bob. Thank you as well for the raid. Appreciate it. 2x speed up is the way in most games with massive speed ups of computer resources. It really does in internal areas. We got reward is the same if you only use the 2x speed up, it massively improves performance many scenarios. Yeah. But then you get less done in the time, you know? Ooh. That might not get connected. Okay, deconstruct that. It's a little awkward. I thought I had built all the pipes there. That'll be able to run all of that through. How's the heat, by the way? Because I haven't been making the outside out of insulated tiling. Not like you actually get more done if your game shits to bed. Yeah, true. Okay, we do have a bunch of polluted oxygen and stuff, so it does mean that I'm going to run some wires across. This one here, we can actually get rid of the wiring here. And I'm going to have some deodorizers running. Many internal errors in games often things like priority and AI going. Going to isolate the base from the planet. What do you mean by that? Do you mean it's like self-sufficient with everything inside? Essentially. Or locking the suits. No unwanted gases get in. Ah, okay, that's what you mean. Yeah, I could do that. I mean, there is like a bunch of stuff on the outside here and things like that. That, you know, down here and stuff where I still have bad gases and things like that. You know, a bunch of stuff everywhere still. Okay, but when we get all of these running up, so when they complete those pipings, okay, they've completed that, so that can go back. Cool. We'll be able to then close off. Yeah, I mean that's kind of like already half the intention with the Atmosuit dock. So they can only leave when they equip an atmosuit. There's nowhere else in the base where they can like get in and out canoeing. Don't know what I'm gonna do with this space here. I mean, it is 2 tiles wide. I suppose what I could have done actually is had sinks over here and then, sinks and lavatories over here and on the left side. And then that gives 16. It'd be like 16 plus 16 to give it 44 tiles kind of in the middle. So then 40 tiles. 32 total. Maybe I could do showers or something then. It'll be fine actually. I think what I can do is, yeah, that's a good size for a transit tube access. Yeah, I'm gonna begin that with the dispenser we have here. Alright, do you need to actually wait? Do need to make this room section a little bit better. Actually, I'm not even going to be having them here because I'm going to just destroy all this stuff here and have floors. Hello, Scovo. Welcome in, buddy. We had a good time. How was your stream? I'm gonna say you were playing more the... Yeah, I've seen you do... Were you doing Hades or something? I'm gonna guess. Was Jump. No, it was not Hades. You were doing Warframe. The grind frame. Maybe had a good time, though. This is pretty good, to be honest. Thank you. Getting yourself prepared for the next update on the 15th. New frame and a bunch of stuff to look forward to. Yeah, we love more gameplay. More gameplay is always good. Wait. Holy, it's become giga code over here. That's because we're just running regular piping, basically, through the base and there's not enough heat. So we should slap in some insulated sections. And then I'm going to need the cooling loop to come up on the top there. Warframe or Path of Exile, where you're going with your life. Two of like giga grindy kind of like games. Really? I really do love it when they decide to go trap themselves. Okay, this one up here is bad water. And then our good water can be up the top. These should be classified as masterpiece when they get made because of our duplicants skill level. Thank you for the zip, Jebby. Appreciate it. By any means, Scabby, if you do need to take after stream care and stuff like that, please go right ahead. Okay, right. We should focus on this thing here and fixing this up. So we're gonna disable that. Auto. Get you out. Now. Good guys, been cool watching you. Thank you very much. Take care, buddy. Appreciate you hanging out. So we do need some storage bins. Well, not storage bins, well, like storage sections where we can place some polluted water in water from bottles, or, well, actually we can do bottle drainer setups, actually. So we can have that there. We can have one inside here. That is now done. water. One on the water pipe. Okay, this will be polluted water. So they've got an area to go dump that. I should do this conveyor chute should actually be here. Then this auto sweeper should probably have rotated like that. Can still get everything. Right, cool. Let's do that. That and some more power. Load water. And water. That's all dripping from this section. Fine there. Okay. Well, we've got a decent amount of refined iron now, so that's quite nice. Decent amount of lime we've got from all of the fossils. I should probably set iron to forever, or steel rather to forever. This actually is still going for the next 60 cycles. So it should be getting quite a bit of metal. And even like quite a bit of power. I mean, it's not crazy amounts of power, but it's a decent amount-ish. And they're at 90.4 to 97 degrees inside the steam turbine room. So if it's been running for this long, I don't think they will overheat. What? Yeah, and then it's dropped below 125 steam, so yeah, it's working out well. Hello, Flox. Welcome in, mate. Okay, because we have the lavatories set up over here and accessible now. Also, what's our decor over here? So, somewhat okay-ish. Kind of hard to set some relatively good decor over at the lavatories. We can set up some of these to get more decor bonus. Let's see. There's still little bits of polluted oxygen in areas. Slap some carpet. Oh yeah, carpet will improve it. Yeah, that's a good idea. I could also use like window tiles and stuff as well. Because up the top here we've got decor in a range of 8 tiles. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Kind of like would reach quite a distance as well. The shower is pretty good. Max decor with carpet. Okay. Yeah, I mainly just use carpet for the buff, like the stress buff that they get. Athletics, construction, strength. But you have decreased construction. Before I accept any more duplicates, I need to expand the suit dock location. So I need to disable all of these so that water will actually move out of this pipe. Whoa, why am I making that out of copper? All of these ones are made out of copper. That shouldn't be made out of copper. Don't know what happened there. Alright, and that destroyed my liquid locks again. God damn it. Is it it still leaking everywhere? No. Get everyone more on tidying. Let's go high standard. Some of these more impressive guys get going. The farmers and the ranchers I want to keep on their thing. There we go. You're building and stuff. Yep. You can get on that. You're building too, yep. Tidy. Supplying, storing, yeah, you can do that. You're a farmer. Is Magnus Bike project going? Yeah. Yeah, I ended up getting that finished. So that's working optimally. We've got tune-ups and stuff on them with microchips. And I've got the automation, so it's not just running full ball when it kind of doesn't need to. It'll keep the battery topped. I mean, we're generating like a decent amount of power just from this going, which is pretty surprising. It's kind of like keeping our batteries topped. But we don't even really have like battery consumers like running constantly either. I suppose if we change this over to be an active cooling metal refinery, then it would be a lot more expensive. Yeah. You know, I already have a bunch of sour gas sort of somewhere around the area, but I think eventually all of that sour gas actually went through our venting system and vented up into space. I already had a moment with creating that. Okay, I need to make more of these locks so that there. Oh, I'll put that one over there. That goes there. And do I have somewhere dropping oil? Nope, nothing there. Nothing there. What's the temperature steam at? Keeps at 198. It tries to keep it at. So it should sort of be around the 200 mark. So the petroleum's, 197 here. So it shouldn't vaporize being at 200. The only reason it's not running full like constantly is because obviously the battery automation setup. So it should be relatively like optimal running. There's probably like minute optimizations I could do with it, but for now I don't really need to bother with it. What I do need to do is I need to get all of this liquid lock situation fixed. I don't think I have anywhere that has crude. Don't. I have 200 kilos somewhere. Okay, wait. Here we go. They've dropped some. Good. Petroleum sweep. Got all of these little bits of petroleum that we can use. Well, I say little bits. These are like 300 grams and stuff. 2,000, 2,000, 1,000, 388. Right, we'll sweep that one. I think that might go. Oh, are you set to? You're set to petroleum. I want to set this one to petroleum. $300. Yeah, sweep that one. English back is your nemesis. Yeah, I mean, yeah, when I first opened it up, actually, no, I didn't even open it up. The Abyssalite actually, because it was too deep, Abyssalite. Where these window tiles were, they were actually at the 1400 degree temperature of the magma. So there was actually a bunch of oil into petroleum into sour gas situation happening just from 2 tiles until I got the stuff. Well, no, because I was digging the space out and starting to build it, and I didn't notice that these 2 abyssalite tiles had the magma temperature. That was even before I dug any abyssalite on the bottom floor, because when you look at the temperature, obviously it's 2 tiles deep, and I didn't notice that with the abyssalite. So I had a little bit of a situation going on with all of the stuff flashing to sour gas, but I was able to get it all sorted and under control. Okay, we got 1 liquid lock done. Crude. Do that. Man, it's gonna be a hassle wrangling all these guys back in. Okay, they delivered 36 grams of oil. Right. All of this petroleum is a lot more. I think what I can do is I can make a staircase type thing. So this will be just designed to grab large amounts of petroleum or oil or whatever, and then it drips onto the stairs, and then you can mop the stair points and get small amounts of liquid. Now, I guess I should probably do a pitcher pump. Actually, I can probably do like this, just down here. That'll last ages. mean, I do have oil. I do have a bottle filler filled with oil, I believe. No, it's not actually going in. Oil is here. Okay, so if we actually bridge it across, goes in and comes out, and we'll fill the bottle filler. Okay. Here we go. Okay, and then we can come back over here and we can set like this one, sweep like the 300 gram, because it's like doing this strategy, at least with crude oil, you get like that 300 to 400 gram amount of crude swept up, and then you can get like boom 360 crude there. So then we can cancel that. This one we need some, not all liquids, but we'll want crude again, sweep only. And we'll sweep up this one here. Done. And then we want petrol. It's 1800. Petroleum. 300. Sweep that one. There we go. This one here, petroleum sweep. And then now we can actually wrangle all these guys again. Relocate that one up there. Relocate this one over there. This needs petroleum swept. Petroleum sweep. Do that. Cool. We can turn that one off. Alright, there we go. We got our liquid locks back. Yeah, up and running. And all of the critters are inside. Okay, so this area is actually probably too cold. But it's probably too cold because our thing is set to 22. So we'll put that as 30. We only run above 30. Maybe 27. Do need to mop all this going everywhere. Okay, that's all cleaned up there though. Conveyor system. This did get up and running, right? Yeah. Sends anything from over here. Okay. Let's have a look at decor. So we can work on the decor in this location. So the ranches that work here will actually be in good decor range then. So what we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I think they work on that tile. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Don't think you can incorporate lights unless you do. I don't even think a lamp hits. Oh, maybe if I relocated. I don't know, does a ceiling light work when there's a door above it? A mechanized door? I don't know if it does. I've never been in that situation. What about there? Would that fit? Or does that one square hit them because they're on the grooming table there? It would. Ah, maybe I can do that. If I want the light bonus. That could work. We can get a light bonus in here when they're working on these guys. Should it works so long as the door is open, at least. It works if the door is open. Or you mean closed? I would expect it would work if it's closed. We'd need to move all of these back here. Okay, let's try doing that. It has to be attached to the ceiling though. No? I thought. Or can you even just have it here and it works? So I thought it needed a ceiling point. If that's the case, then wait, maybe I can put it there. Hold on, we're gonna do two, yeah, see? Invalid building location. But against a door, it's not an invalid building location. So that's cool. Oh, we're out of granite. Huh. Does need a solid block to hang from. Okay. Well, these doors anyway, these mechanized doors don't, they don't open anyway. Only with this automated system, only the right door opens. Because what happens is the hatch will come along, it hops into this door, the door closes, it gets pushed through down, And the reason why the door here is like open and whatever else is because the critter sensor is detecting how much it has. So count critters only above 8. And that is why... Actually, I should make sure above 8 or above 7. No, above 7 it should be. There we go. So now I'll actually get the light bonus, the lit working buff speed. Which is pretty cool. Yeah, so I was just waiting for these hatchlings to grow up, and then they can hop up and then come along over here and stuff. So let's see. So lit workspace. Yep. Works. Extra speed 15%. Nice. So we'll even chuck one over here. And like they're only 10 watts each power. So we can run them constantly. We don't need to like have a pressure plate automated or anything like that with them. Perfectly fine. What's going on here? We have an issue of pressure, so let's see. Those are running and we have oxygen. What I might do is I might jump a gas pipe over probably that one, because that one goes to our spine section. Just so we will have actual breathable air here, or enough pressure for the mealwoods. Considering we're not really worrying about pressure in that side of the base and stuff. Decor. There we go, like maximum decor. Max decor. Not max because there isn't this one here needs to be built. Max decor. Okay, cool. Awesome. So those ranchers are going to be happy about the decor bonus there. I think I might do one of these here. There we go. because that might make them kind of like head in here and skip all of the bad decor range over here. Don't know how you can boost the decor range for Atmo suit section. I think maybe glass tiles, and then you have high decor items like around it. I say glass, but like windows. How much diamond do we have? We have 0. Okay. Circuit overloaded. That shouldn't be overloading. Just get rid of it. We don't need that anymore. Wallpaper tiles. Oh yeah, wallpapers will boost it up a bit actually, true. They're 11 in a 0 range, so that's something. But yeah, we can make it look kind of nice. Let's see, quantum circuit. That might look pretty good. Considering it is like, so that's a small amount. Have a couple there, probably. I love to drop items, like if they were carrying an item when they take the suit off. So I feel like actually having some automation or something there would be maybe good. Athletics, construction, strength. Oh, but yeah, I can't take any more at the moment. Give me backdrop is covered too, so you add pipes and stuff from the front there. Yeah, that's true actually, as well. Makes your cabling look neater. I mean, it's basically like they'll be happy like with high morale so long as like they're spending the majority of their work or like their active time in an actual high positive decor environment. So yeah, the ranchers, if they're spending their time over here, that's good. In the bedroom is max. You know, if they take a shower, it's max. Washing their hands and stuff like that, it's max. I do need to get rid of that slime still. We need an area to put that slime in. What happened here, by the way? What do we have here? Crude oil got in there somehow. Relocate this Draco egg over there. Oh, there's a Draco egg here. Gotta relocate that one too. Otherwise they're going to be not happy because it's crowded. Okay. That one as well. There we go, much cleaner. Let's see, decor as well. So we can improve the decor here. And also make it in a lit working space as well. Yeah, so that's going to be... Deconstruct that. Let's do some paneling as well. Drywall. We have shadowy figures, lum carving, Rex, pixel lum, pixel jawbone, dartle. Dartle carving. Oh, this looks nice. Forest. Forest for all of these guys. Fancy. Slime lung. Ugh. I should delete all of this stuff too, actually. Let's do that. And plumbing. Do that. It should. They should eventually like remove all of the pipes because. That. And then buildings. Get rid of those ones. We also have to relocate the hospital as well. Looking good, making the base much more appealing. I like it. One thing I want to work on as well is these poke shells now, so we can start getting like more lime and stuff. But before we do that, I might head on a little break because it's been about nearly 3.5 hours. I shall do that. Maybe get another coffee or something. In the meantime, we'll listen to some music and we'll head over here. So I'll be back in a jiffy, as they say, aka 3 to 5 minutes or so. Make sure you get up, get some water, stretch, do all that good stuff, and I see you soon. Ooh, okay. I'm back with a fresh coffee, and holy, I mean, my office is nice and toasty because of the computer, and you know, it's a small room with the door closed, but out in the kitchen, it's, as some would say, freezing. Nah, it's not that cold, but it's a little chilly. It's late at night, you know. It's 10 degrees outside. Yeah. Thank you guys for waiting. Let's get back into the game. Mind you, I didn't actually pause the game. I kind of forgot. So let's quickly clean up this mess that would have happened from when we dug all of that. I guess it probably overflowed from our little temporary thing we made, I guess. And we'll start cleaning things up. Oh, inspect the table. Nice. Catch that guy as well. These deodorizers, I think we can remove as well now. And the wires we'll also get rid of. Cool. Looking clean. I should maybe extend this up and put some deodorizers along here. Just in case it's getting kind of messy a little bit. Okay, we're gonna remake the hospital, and then this area here we're gonna turn into a poke shell farm. Okay. Hospital. Let's have a look here. Hospital needs room setup, room overlay. The size for a hospital can be 96. So what's that? That's 112. Here is 80 tiles. Okay. Hospital needs a medical equipment, a toilet, and a mess table. Okay, we are gonna have one of these. Does need a toilet. So the sink will function. These also want to be left like that. Let's scoop up all of that. Clean up that. Oh, what I'm thinking is maybe I create what we have here. Scoop all that polluted water up. Get rid of these pipes. Wait, the doors have to stay for now. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Yeah, get rid of all that. Right. Pocket Ferry can be kind of anywhere, right? Because, I mean, it's probably better being in the duplicate location, I would say. So we'll throw that in there. You also need a mess table. Throw that in there. Sick bay. Triage cot. Have room for plenty of decor and things up on the roof. And we can do plastic tiling as well. Antiseptic properties. Let's see, drywall. What can we use that's kind of like hospital-like? What's this? Quantum circuit we used. A phage. Even a favorite bacteria munching virus. Yeah, sure. Does that scream sterile? I don't know. Maybe we should go fresh white. Fresh white screams sterile, I think. Yeah, fresh white. It's just so fresh and clean. Yeah. That's good for a hospital, I think. So we need that. We need that. Mess table. Chuck in one of these. Throw in another one of them, I think. Oh, actually, now we can. Oh, we do that. Deconstruct, deconstruct. This extends up. Oh, actually, here we were probably going to do... if our inner base section gets bigger, we'll put a transit tube access in here. But for now, that's okay. It's kind of clean apart from the polluted oxygen over there. We need a pocket ferry. That. Get some hanging pots.
G'day.
Hello Melty, welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. So I was thinking I could do a automatic dispenser setup where duplicates can't get to the item. And we can just set this to whatever we want, and it'll just spit it out on the ground. That way we can just sort of let all of the duplicants collect kind of like everything that they can have access to. So we need to like branch these guys into some locations. Ceiling light over to here. Connect that. Okay, so we need to put petroleum somewhere. I think over here we can maybe do some holding liquids. So if we do a bottle emptier on either side, we do a pitch pump here, and then we can do some ladders here, and then we can do some tiles there. They can't get out. Get those going. Okay, this will be crude oil. This will be petroleum. I think I saw some... That wouldn't quite work. Yeah, that's okay. That's a glossy Draco egg. Put that over there. I kind of want to do an automated kiln kind of setup that is sealed. So someone's entombed? No, something is entombed. Oh. I suppose it somehow melted, but then yeah, something, I think it was the polluted ice melted. Probably because of this mechanized airlock is just letting a lot of heat out. Never knows, that's going again. We have 10 tons of iron. Wonderful. Oh, whoops. That needs to be sweep only. Otherwise they're gonna be annoying. That's a regular hatch. Those can die. We don't use those. Body temperature. Okay, it's too cold over here now, right? Okay. We can lock these ones. And then we can release these ones. Right. Now this, that goes down there. So this is gonna be like that high, I think. So let's do tile there, tiled floor here. Dig out all this. Get rid of that. Bring this up. Tiled floor. Tiled floor along here. Okay. Let's cancel that stuff for now. And this here. I don't want the sand dropping on this polluted water. I want to build everything first, and then I can build like some ledges or something like that. Now poke shell farm with some Pez dispensers up, so 4 across 96 tall. So if we wanted large power transformers on some of these floors and we wanted to send power like across, if we did like flooring here, 1, 2, 3, 4 across, 2, 4, 2, 4, 2, 4. 3, 3 with the door. This would fit. Oh, if we that there, 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. Maybe we can. Oh, we can have another room. So we can do 5 tile. Ooh, we have a tube access point there, which would be in the way. We would need to move that. We can fit 4 here and then figure out what we want to do with that. Right. So we're going to do some doors. This large transformer is actually in the way. Potential load of 1650. So we would need a 2000 total watt. So we could attach 2 regular transformers though. And it would work out. Okay, let's do that. This power wire will have to move, probably to like the top location or something. And we need a dropper in each of these. Need a grooming station. Actually, I want to have these on the right side of it. The droppers will be on the left. Grooming stations on the right. Ladders that take us up. So this will be up to this floor, 96. Okay, I think we're good to... Wait, nope, not yet. Need them to build that. And yeah, this heavy watt wire will need to be relocated. Probably to be... Won't be this floor, because this is where Pez dispenser sections will be. I don't know how tall Pez dispensers are. I think they're just a little bit more. And then up here will be even more stuff. An achievement. Have 8 duplicants wear non-standard clothing. It looks like they're having to travel kind of far out for sandstone. So we would need like a little facility section for this that will breed poke shells. They eat polluted dirt, so I think we can probably do like a small room, but because it's polluted dirt, we need like a liquid lock, I think. Because we don't... we want it to be highly pressurized and that the liquid lock can't let any polluted oxygen out. Okay, they have completed all of this stuff and I've done that, so we can get them to dig that out. Actually, probably start on this side. Oh no, they didn't build that stuff yet. Now there's piss falling all over the bottom again. Lovely. How much is there? There's 8 here. 8 critters, that's counting human happiness. This glossy one needs to be relocated over here. That glossy one relocated over there. Glossy relocated over there. You relocated into here. You relocated here. There we go. We're at 16 tons of plastic and 378 reed fibers. Oh. This is once again everywhere. Sweep all that up. Let's see, power. More deodorizers. Bunch of chlorine and stuff, carbon dioxide. Okay, if we do, I think I might just do some mesh tiles here. That way any gas and any liquid that comes can come straight down. Also, sulfur, we're at 0 kilograms again. Okay. Spigots kind of ate all that, which means Sweetos, we're also at 0 sucrose as well. Oh, I guess we haven't been producing any of this stuff, so it's gotten really cold in the loop. No, we should have been. Output pipe is full. We haven't been putting any more petrol in it, though. Wait, is it full of liquid? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, not really. It's not full of liquid. It's got a decent amount of liquid in it though. Maybe it might be good to have a little less liquid in it. Oh, we're up to 146 tons of coal now as well. That has been going at very well, the hatch farm. Seems like they like to spend a bit of time getting over to here, so we should probably do a transit tube over here as well. we'll just do that. Okay, let's dig that out. All of it should drop all the way down. That's okay. I want all of the power to come in through the top here. Okay. Yep, water. And a bunch of more this everywhere. Lovely. Looks like sure. That's a bunch of chlorine, but now that's all coming down. Okay. Got all of that there though. 2, 3, 4. This should come across like that. Down. Connect that up. Connect that up. Close that off. Okay. Right, so this I should turn into active cooling turbine, I think. Although we have a very cold kind of like power brick at the moment, in which case we remove all of the cooling from here. Unreachable build. How is it unreachable? Aha. Right, because of the power's out. Disable building. Hello, Jippy. Right, I need them to get that done stat. When they clear the checkpoint. And then now they're allowed through. Still unreachable though. Let's change that. No, they can access it now. Okay. Enable building. No oxygen. Oh, right. That would be why. Okay. Let's have a look here. Do we have water in here? We do have water in here, so we can connect that up and have this water start pumping up, and we can go ahead and turn this back on. Send green if below. Let's see, automation. Use scalding. Why did you not take the tube? Who is suffocating? Don't suffocate. Good lord. Move over here. Okay, we should get water back into here. Good. Alright. Crisis averted. Kind of. We have a lot of polluted water there. Maybe we start getting this cool steam vent under control too. Yeah, nah, that should be good now. That'll start cooling our water section again. If below 80 joule. Start desalination again. Let's do 95. 90. Ooh, okay. What do we have over here now? We have pressure issues. That's because of the oxygen. That makes sense. Okay, have to keep an eye on the water. Right. Well, before we do poke shell things, then maybe we should get some water on the go. To do that, let us make something. It's gonna be kind of like that. Need to analyze it. Let's get some laderinos down here. Outputs are what? 5.3 kilograms. Steam, okay. Airflow.
Good day.
Hello, Thora. Welcome in. $110. Yeah, that's okay. Oh, empty. Aquaduna. Thermosensor. Liquid pipe thermosensor. Vent. Liquid vent. G'day, naked. Welcome in. Okay, we'll let them build that up. Every time. These airflow tiles. They're always leaking. Printables. Water. Kind of out of water a little bit. Think. There we go. Alright, back down. Where are we? Down here. Okay, if they build one more ladder and that tile, they can then start researching this. Gonna need some power down here. What are these guys doing? Man. Cancel that. This like needs to like get built. Why can they not dig this? Teasy and Sheepy. Skittles. Okay. Give you that. igneous rock on the floor. Pick that up. Build it. And get out of there. Ooh. Sheesh. How do I feel? I feel good. How do you feel? Temp shift, temp shift plate. Should be fine. Yeah, excavate all of that as well. Don't like how there's polluted water in there as well. Get rid of that. Get rid of that polluted water. Oh, is it just gonna sit there? Maybe it's okay. Ah, there we go. Do. Damn it, chlorine is heavier than steam. Snacks. We need some pipes. Plumbing. Igneous. So connect. How will I have this set up? Let's see. Double bridge, like that, maybe. Insulated. Goes like that, and then this would be like that. And that'll be like so. This comes across like that. Connect. And this one comes across, and then through this. Needs to get on that other side though. Deconstruct that, deconstruct that. Insulated piping. I might need to do a bridge like that and change the cooling loop. So that would be like that. And then this comes back around like that. In outputs. I think this should work. I should. The mop. There we go. All right, automation. Mm, 20. Okay. There's nothing else in there, so we can probably build that up. Don't know if I need to make this in a vacuum. That's the thing. Deconstruct that. We drop water in here. Enable bottle. Like so. Okay. That should, once we've built all the other things, is that functioning? Yeah, it's teleporting thing up, but it is overpressurizing, I think, because of that chlorine. Oh, and actually, we do need to fill it with water as well. Wait, yeah. Okay, deconstruct that. And this down here, we got some nice fresh water there. Plumbing. Vent. We need more copper. Oh, let's do 99. Food is decayed. Well, I don't think it would have decayed here. I think maybe we were making very hot food. We'll make the tile extra colder. Blueprint. Nope. Okay, that's for later once we've got this thing going. Stone hatch did starve. Wait. Stone hatch. Granite. Oh. Okay. What else do they eat? Sedimentary, igneous, obsidian, granite. We have a lot of igneous. Yes, okay. Igneous, granite, no. Copy. Nope. Igneous rock, yes. That's gonna be a 9. Not granite, but igneous. And that's gonna be an 8. Okay. Ooh, there we go. They shouldn't be hungry now. This needs to fill up to remove all of the chlorine. I might not remove it from the airflow tile actually though. To see it might not matter. Liquid pump is overheating. Oh crap. That is bad because we're dropping hot liquid in it and we don't have a cooling loop running through it. 77-degree water coming in. Oh no. How much water is in here though? Not much. Change material. Steel. Change material, steel, steel, steel. Okay. These ones are more like yellow alert. Do those before literally anything else. Okay, that's still got. Okay, we need a bit more water. I think it's working though. Okay, yellow alert. Okay, we got those two getting done. Delete that. No, you're supposed to not repair it. Disable auto repair. And change it to steel. Same with that one. There we go. Yep, get all of those done. Wait, and now this cooling loop, I guess I should have it come across. Connect that up. We have it come over like that. that done. I could bridge this section. Okay, here we go, this is better. And then join back over to here. We love spaghetti. Get all that done quickly. Once we've fixed this off, then we might chill out there then. So this is going to have to go like that as well. Okay, that's kind of bad. The oil got sucked up somehow. Okay, don't go into the pipe there. That comes there. Don't connect that. There we go. Water's coming in. I should put not petroleum in here, but it should be polluted water. Okay, this is nearly done. Oh, they can't reach that section. Delete. Delete. To check if the atmospheres still have oxygen. Some of them are getting a little damaged, probably because they're getting hydrogen in there. And damaged as well. Okay, is that unreachable? It is. Delete that. And that one. Okay. Oh, wait. I need them to get that. Right. Rebuild that. And that. And that. Ooh. Crisis averted, maybe? Okay, and then now we've got... The loop is complete. Oh wait, what are you deconstructing? Oh, and that there needs to be mopped. How did that get damaged? Too hot, maybe. Liquid bridge is getting deconstructed. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay. This is good. We can put that there. We can put a power connected. Did I not connect this up? Ooh, I didn't. Okay, that has some chlorine gas there, deconstruct that. Okay, that's 90-degree water, so we can probably have that go through. Somewhere that can cool it. Okay, nice. Oh. Build all that. Then I get rid of the ladders, and then build some turbine. Oh, and then we need some polluted water in this cool loop. drainer. Polluted water. Ah, chlorine did get in that tile. Bottle filler. Well, this section warmed up a lot more. 57-degree water. That's kind of why. Should probably have these as maybe insulated pipes. Actually, no, we keep it as the regular pipes, I think. The oxygen, however, which is the main thing. And that's going to suck up some carbon. Whoa. The oxygen here comes out at like 20 degrees. But that oxygen is going into these suits, which doesn't technically matter too much. That's also probably why it's so cold along here. These are relatively cool gas pipes. And then that's right next to it. Cool dupe. Okay, how's this going? Do we need... That's probably too much liquid. Oh, really? Quite a skill learned. Unreachable, okay. Deconstruct that one. We just have too much polluted water in the in the pipes, so it's not spinning. Okay, I need to do that then. Empty those two. There we go. Where is it spitting the water at? Might need to get rid of that tile and replace it. Get rid of the chlorine gas. Maybe get rid of another pipe. Okay. Yeah, there we go, that's working now. There and there might be better. Liquid bridge things are always kind of weird to set up. So I put that one there, connect it into there, put one there. Wait. Hold on. Okay, let's see. So there. And there. Yeah. Make sure it's not connected that way. That's all connected, and those are connected. always blocked. That's one thing I don't know why it's getting blocked. This one isn't getting blocked. Ingvar separare. I think these ones should be up the top. Like that. Because I know that those work. Hold on. Let's change it up. Let's do that. This vent will come over here. Deconstruct that. Deconstruct all of that. And that'll go across like so. Liquid bridge there. It's unreachable. So I think they need to build a ladder so then they can reach the bridge. Right, that's heated up a little bit, and same with this section because it sends the radiant through here first. Okay, wait, so I need to, instead of sending hot radiant from this is the hot section. So we need this cooler section to go through here. So we just need to reverse the flow. Deconstruct those. Oh. This is gonna go like that way. And then we can do a bridge that way. It's going to come around. We're going to flip. We'll flip. These across. Have that go that way. And then this one can go over into there. Should work out. Right, so that and that. This will go straight into there. Disconnect that. Okay, it's going that way, so then we can disconnect that. Comes down through the loop, back up that way, across that way. Okay. So The cooler section goes through there and then warms up to its hottest point. Alright. And we can probably rejoin that. So there's more coolant in there. Alright, so now that that's done, we can do that. Okay. Food that we aren't reaching is rotting or something like that. Sweep only foods, that's why. Yeah, now it doesn't get weirdly like blocked and stuck. I don't know if you're just cooling that section or if you're cooling this stuff up here. So liquid is very hot. -96 degrees. I'm going to connect this back up. Like so. You, Ada, do not have any skill in building. No. Not even do you have? Athletics is high. Give you some strength and some digging and some building. You definitely have to sit. Alright, I just need to get this deconstructed. And then we will build these tiles with a ladder. Ethanol is nearly at its vaporization point. Okay, ladders. Maybe we need to get rid of quite a bit of liquid, actually. We can do that. Okay. Is that flowing smoothly now? Not quite. Or is it good now? Has it got up? No, it's not. It is getting hard. Still getting high up. Okay, there's some gaps. There's quite a few gaps. Okay, never mind, we've sorted all the gaps, alright. Just that little section. Oh wait, no, never mind. Hold. There's quite a bit. Okay. Oop. That should be kind of okay now. It's kind of the bad thing when you add more to your cooling loop. You have to like balance how much liquid you have in that. I think I have to remove even more now. Alright, that looks good. Doesn't seem like it's stopping anymore. Cool. What was the output for this? 1.456.6 kilograms. It's dormant in the next 37 cycles. This is still going. Dormant in the next 21 cycles. How much iron have we got? 14 tons of refined iron. I think we had maybe a ton of refined iron to begin with. So that's net us quite a bit. And it gives us a decent amount of power. So that comes up, offloads here, which this section uh 12.6 refined metal right there. Okay. And I'm gonna have to monitor the heat that is producing with like this section. Because even though the water is at 40 C, it's the steam that comes out. So I don't know if I need cooling on that, or if I should open this up a bit and have it automated and then add cooling in here and only pump when it's lower temperature. This hasn't even reached steam yet, or it's nearly at steam level. Oh, there's steam there now. I guess the longer it will continue to erupt, it will reach that point eventually. I didn't put a thermal thing in there though. Oh, I should have done an AND gate, or yeah, an AND gate in there. That might become an issue later. Oh, we're going through quite a bit of power now though. Considering these are running full time. So what we have, one aquatuner, two aquatuners, 3, 4 aquatuners, sometimes the metal refinery. Right, so we either need to expand this and add more turbines or make another one. The temperature is fine because these are kind of generally getting maxed out. Maybe up that a bit. The middle ones are slightly more efficient than the ones on the left and the right because they're getting hotter steam. I don't know where all the diamond I had went. I feel like I must have made something out of diamond other than the temp shift plates. Hold on. Man, I was gonna get these poke shells like set up, but I didn't expect it to have such issues with sort of water and power. Yeah, the water temperature is 65, which is fine. So long as it's below 75, that's fine. This section, like these are like 36-degree pipes. 39-degree pipes. Yeah, let's do that. It's always going to run. Alrighty then. Well, we've cleaned up the base a little bit. There's still some polluted oxygen here and here. We also need to get rid of the slime as well. Okay. Stuff to work on, but we're over 500 cycles. So I need to work on what's going on here? Body temperature. Yeah, so that's part of the issue. I think I'm going to need to make another cooling loop. One just solely does this here, which then means I will also need to work on food. Sorry, not food. Food is fine. I'll need to work on more power over down here. We should also select up here that these chips will be made out of iron. We have a lot of lead still, so we can continue to use lead. Yeah, find. So the iron stuff. We have 2.3 tons of steel, and then raw ores. Coal, we have 207 tons. 55 tons of iron, 46 for copper, 37 for gold. Okay. Cool. So more power. We'll need more power and cooling. So we need to cool these millwoods. That'll be next time. Save and quit. Thank you guys so much for chilling out. I enjoyed my time as always. I will be live again tomorrow. Let me see what I'm doing.
Good day.
Oh, hello, Phil. Oh, so raid will be Thursday. Wednesday will be, I guess, more Oni, perhaps. So stay tuned. We had some issues arise right at the end of the stream. We'll have to fix those next time. So make sure that our water is getting sufficiently cooled. I have to figure out what I can kind of like do. I don't think it's necessarily about cooling the water. Maybe we can, it's safe to use hot water to make the oxygen and stuff, because the oxygen goes into the atmosuits and the atmosuits don't care if it's hot oxygen. But we do have one section that does use oxygen for our base. We'll need to make sure that is kept cool. And we'll need to make sure that millwood is kept cool for the Dracos. So I think it's just maybe tuning and changing our loop. Our cooling loop. And then making more power. So I might have a little research into like petroleum stuff. But yeah. Anyway, until then, I'll see you guys next time. Let's find someone. Let's see. Who is on? Okay, we can go say hello. Let's go say hello to Alita, who kind of somewhat recently had a fun anniversary. Yeah. If you would like to use a raid command, here you go. Top one if you have a sub and bottom one if you do not. Thank you guys so much. I will see you guys tomorrow for some more Oni. Yippee!